Hey guys, what up? What up? How are we doing? Since we left off on Saturday, I really wanted to stream it yesterday, but I just wasn't feeling great, so I decided to take it a bit more lax in case I felt worse and play it by ear. Sub Zatham, how you doing? Congrats on your 3 streak. How has your how did you put it again? Farming Gaz's viewers for currency. How has that strat been going? Um, I have made a fair amount of upgrades. I now have a +1 shield. I have a +2 helm with actually decent stats. My chest is still the same. I need there's a very real need to replace this guy. I don't know why I haven't, but I haven't. Um, I have 2 congregations with level 2. I actually bought these much earlier thinking I was going to use it, and I still very much might. But I figure I might as well level them first. Anyways, so I have that going for me. And then yesterday I had a very healthy amount of currency. So I got a simplex with currency I got from selling a Svalin, which I dropped. Insanely lucky drop, by the way. And then I got congregation supports level 4, which is what I figured I would use. This cost me a fair amount of money. This was, I think, 18D, something like that. But I figured it probably wouldn't become cheaper, so I just sent it. Like level 4, 23% quality. It doesn't get better than that. And like there is none on the market, as you can see, so zero regrets. The quality is less impressive because it's just 1% extra movement speed, but the level 4 is huge. The level 4, I figure I would use it like if I can get to 5 specters, which is the plan. Once I get my chest piece changed and my amulet changed, I'll get a 5th specter. Congregation support will get me from 5 support specters to 7, which should be an insane amount of support to go from. Like that just means if I decide to go the full monkey route, I would always have perma max charges on, even though they're temporary. And if I decide to go like branch out when it comes to support specters, then that also be huge, because there's like, I know there is one Alhesmin specter that I wanted to, that I think will be decent for this build because it increases enemies chaos damage taken and is not wither. So something like that as an example. I can become creative with my supports. Is it TLDR? I'm about to reroll to greener pastures. What are you rerolling to? Oh, I've almost forgot, and I should update. I forgot to mention this on the stream title, but today we are going for a 50 mil shipment. Which I'm very excited about. This guy right here. Oh shit, he was commandeered. Arcane, are you in game?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I can come.
Yeah.
Let me just kill this boss really quick.
All right. I'm going to invite him because I'm not risking my boss fight on internet or whatever other issues they could have. Because if I genuinely go from expecting a 50 mil shipment to losing all my shippers and the 50 mil shipments, that is an entry, man. I'll be honest, because I'll be pissed.
All right, I can TP when you go there.
All right.
Oh my god, I'm sick. Same thing they had to do last time.
Thunder?
I need to actually start the quest so I can go there.
Man hasn't even visited King's March.
Surely I will. Where is Johan?
Arroy Shores. Why do people think he's in Act 1? Partial had the same confusion. Was only in
That's
Act
where
1
he was
during
the season after
Settlers.
Kingstart. Yeah,
No.
but Settlers was 1 year. What was Settlers was 1 year. It was
Settlers was
literally
8
ingrained in memory.
months.
Settlers
There's
was
a
1 fucking
difference.
year.
It's 8 months. It's 2/3 of a year. There was a whole
Very
1/3 for
short.
you to go through rehab.
Hey,
Baba went
where's
to
Very
Lionize.
Short, by the way?
Epilogue.
Totally.
No clue about Dumblo kind of stinky about big juice stuff. Like it's manageable, but I want something a little bit more brain of. Also, I'm not sure what it is, but my AG is mega squishy. I think it's the Helm guys recommends, but unsure. What is your source of AG regen? Would be my first question. And are you already on Doriani? I assume you. I know you said you. I think you started your swap process, but I don't remember if you finished it. You made the swap yesterday.
Hail.
All right, Tuyen. Rescue.
Give me a field to join your arrow at first. That was crazy.
Holy. Maybe because I
Oh,
didn't go in
it's
yet.
because you hadn't entered yet. I'm loading. I'm here. I might die, I guess.
You should have paid the ransom. Sink.
By the way, when you start his other shit, we can run to the top side. Yeah, here.
Be washed away.
Like this is safe.
The wrath
Typically,
of the sea.
just stand here. You typically don't have to move. And then when this thing drops down, we go back. Now.
Sink. Run you through.
But when he's not trying to do that.
What the? I couldn't see anything.
You died?
Sink.
I couldn't see anything.
Be washed
I was getting stunned by the thing.
Waves.
Not stunned because I can't be stunned, but those things kept shoving me, so I couldn't commit. I couldn't cast the leech up.
Yeah, I just jumped over them. But they apply a debuff that increases your damage taken to, I think, cold. Basically, they nerf you to him.
Run you through. A captain always goes down with this ship.
That's huge.
Ooh.
That's huge. Pick that shit up, bro.
Holy GG.
What's it called again? Let me look.
It's the Rage Gloves. I forget the name. I'll check now. But thank you. It's called Admiral's Arrogance. It's 5D. Ooh. Okay.
On ID'd.
Yeah, 5D on ID.
So it drops to at least 4 if you ID it.
What's the? There's a 3 I see. What's the sliding factor?
That there's just someone trying to. I mean, I guess everyone else is 4, so I guess yeah, it drops to 3 probably if you. It's +1 to level 1 melee skills and attack speed roll. I mean, all the rolls are good to be honest. I would not ID it. Just put it up for 5 and sell it.
Yeah.
Well, it has actually a attack speed roll, chance that you would gain max rage and plus level. So.
Yeah, put it for 5. GG. That was nice. That's a very good way to start stream. Don't you guys think?
I'm gonna make some dinner. I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. What were we saying again? Oh yeah, 50 mil. I wanted to show you guys the 50 mil shipment. Well, I don't know if I can see it now, and I don't think.
Oh, good.
I think it pauses. God damn it! I should have done this a while ago. It's an hour left. But anyways, 25 mil shipments, 25 mil in value for dust, and then 25 mil in all of these. The actual nitty-gritty calculation looks more like this. This is what I sent, to be precise. 15 mil on the dots. I have every single resource, so there shouldn't be any diminishing returns because I sent too much like verisium or something, because I know that was something that I think I may have been guilty of when I did the 1 mil shipments. Not sure, but anyways, we have basically an hour left. Before I actually went live, I was doing some POBing for my Chaos Golem Manta. Oh jeez, holy. Okay, let me drink water. Ah, jeez. Anyways, where were we? We're going to buy maps. That's what we're gonna do. So let's buy maps. 8 mod 6C, sure, we'll do that. I was basically able to run about like 40 maps over the course of today. I was running with the instant bar scarab because the instant bar scarab is... The instant bar scarab has been worth it. I am, however, going to switch because my miners are basically done mining. My smelters aren't done. My smelters still have a shit ton of work to do, but my miners are basically done. But yeah, next on the agenda is definitely chest piece and amulet swap.
I'd consider that a win.
There. 20. No clue about the region, but you can link, sure. Link it. Why do I feel like there's lag? The fuck is this lag? All right, let's see. Let's see the true culprits here. Anime Guardian using... Ooh. You don't have his items POB'd here. You ripped the character off your profile. Can you tell me what items he's holding off the top of your head? I know Gazi said, what was that unique again? Malediction. Glimpse of Chaos was the helmet he recommended on his setup, I think. I don't remember anything else about the setup. I just remember thinking I didn't know this could roll Malediction. Kingmaker. Okay. Garb. 25 region, i.e. 25% of life, or just 25 life? Like, is it flat value? Do you know? I assume it's a flat value. So rare boots, rare gloves. Just flat. Flat doesn't do anything for him. Boots will just give him Leviathan Greaves. You said it has Intimidate. But these are boots. Yeah, do you know what res you got? Or you don't? I will check without res actually. Let me just see what the baseline res is, and then we'll go from there. And then this one is also Exarch, and it's Intimidate, which I don't think affects. All right, I think that's all. You are so poor by the time he got to his gear. All right, enemies are intimidated. Brittle doesn't do anything for defenses. So let's look at the AG's gear first and foremost. You have 6.7% of his life regen per second, which is fine. But this is your part of your corporate. Your second offender is this. So it could be this, it could not be. There's a, he said, no fucking words. No words. All right. No fucking words. It was supposed to. Anyways, so yeah, this is a problem. And then aside this one, this is also a problem. I assume you can potentially cap his res, his early res, but not his chaos res. Like, you can't cap his res. And now for context, if you look over here, these are very, very low values for an AG who is going to eat anything and everything that to his heart's content. And this is also dependent on your enduring cry hitting him. It might not. He might be out of range. You might be lip slamming or whatever. It could be that he doesn't eat the enduring cry for one tick, as an example, because you're moving around, and then this drops to 2%. 1,000 life regen with this little max hit is not doing anything. Yo, Deconic, I don't know if you know about it, but I didn't find the answer anywhere. Does Amanamus gaze count towards its total? Yes, it does. Amanamus gaze is the ghastly eye jewel, and as such is your first 6% when you're using Amanamus gaze. So you only need 5 others. Or, and this is a trick that is very niche and it is barely ever necessary, but when it is, it feels very nice. I've used it in one build so far, one POB, but I'll show you here. Because Amanamus gaze counts as itself, and because the modifier says 6% per ghastly eye jewel, if you put it in a perfect darkness enthroned, this essentially, because it makes the modifier 12% per ghastly eye jewel up to 30%. So you effectively need half as many ghastly eye jewels to cap it. Now, this is not, it's like I said, it's very, very niche. You typically don't do this, but because this is a golem build and I need all the harmonies I could get, I just did this so I could get 24% dot multi from just the belt. Very, very effective, very, very strong, but yeah, very niche knowledge. There you go. Here's what I don't get. I'm running Scarab rare farming strat with Giga Juice mods, and my Spectres never die. AG gets destroyed. Are they different? Yes, and the reason they are different is Spectres have different base values. I was going to say the quality gives Spectres resistances, but I can see I shouldn't have said that. I can see I shouldn't have said that. But yeah, Spectres have different base values. You can see this guy, he has a life of like 51k. If we look at Spectre And let's just say Perfect Guardian Turtle as an example. What specters are you running? I know you'd probably run a Guardian Turtle. Who else? You're lightning based, so Spirit of Fortune. Who else? Warlord? Forest Warrior. Thunderbird might be on the squishier side. But I want to show the stats on each. Remember, keep these numbers in mind. You can only take 98k, 98k, 74, 172, right? You look at this guy, like off rip, he has way more resistances because he has more base resistances. 174k max chaos, 300, 700, 300, 194. You look at Spirit of Fortune, 600, 198, 145, 500, 154. You look at Forest Warrior, 116, 219, 400, 219, 120. You look at Primal Thunderbird. Like I said, this is the only one that's on the squishier side, and it still has a better like elemental max hits because it has better early res. Its fizz is around the same spot and its chaos is around the same spot. And this is because their life values also very different. This one is probably closer to AG's life value, whereas you look at a Guardian Turtle, 134k life. You see a Spirit of Fortune, 111k life. You look at a Forest Warrior, 89k life. And that's not all, because when you're looking at percent based recovery, like percent of life per second, all of a sudden your Guardian Turtle, even though it's the same percentage, I will not say the number, but even though it's the same percentage, this one is regenerating 9,000 life every second, whereas your Anime Guardian is regenerating 3,000 life every second. So not only can your AG take less damage, he is gaining less life per second, so he has recovered a lower amount compared to the damage. Does that make sense? So if he takes a 30k hits, this guy, the other guy regenerates like 9k per in that 1 second. This one only gets 3k back. Very big difference for the next hit. How's Torment feel? It's kind of rippy when you mix in Templar Astrolabes. They increase final boss difficulty per map completed. Paired with Torment is spicy. But feels good. I've noticed the extra dust. But anyways, that is why you're feeling such a big difference between your Spectres and your AG. And keep in mind, I'm sure you've seen moments where your Spectres die, but even when those moments where they die, it would typically be your Thunderbird that would die first. Then if it's very rippy, your Forest Warrior follow suit. But your turtle would typically never die, and your Spirit of Fortune shouldn't die because he is also giga tanky, right? So yeah, that should give you some context as to why you feel very differently. They have better base res and they have better life, and as such, they're mitigating more. You're mitigating more elemental damage, and they're regenerating more, and they have more life to eat that damage with. So yeah, I personally recommend giving AG Giga Life Sustain. So going for I went Witch. Because I went Witch, I have ES to give them. And when did they add this text? Holy, this is new. This is new with the updates. Added cord belt base Hexto trigger. Hill Ascendancy. Okay. Anyways, the idea would be you give your AG ES and then you use Mask of the Stitch Demon so that he can turn all that ES into life regen, and on non, you know, non-witches who don't have 40% life as ES for your minions over here, you would typically get the same stat here, 20% from Grave Intentions, and then you would use that. And Scrubster, thank you for the follow. You use that and give your AG a lot of regen. That would help him survive a lot longer, even though he has less, a lower max hit pool. How does the shipment work? Saw a video about it earlier. TLDR, do you know about your King's March? Are you a newer player? Were you around for Settlers League 3.25? Or would you like a literal, like, completely 3 years you've not played? Okay, so you miss Settlers. All right, so basically, if you go to Epilogue, you go into Karuri Shores, you will see Johan. You talk to him, you say visit King's March, he will take you to a town. This town is a passive source of, it's a mechanic essentially. Why does everyone think he's in Act 1? He's not. Anyways, so TLDR, you hire workers, you put them in the different areas in town, and you can get resources from this town. And now for some examples, this is where you hire workers from Ralph. You have your shippers, you have your smelters, you have your miners, you have your disenchanters, you have your mappers, and I think that's it. So then the gameplay loop of this mechanic is you're going to run your maps. You're going to see in your maps, you're going to have nodes that give you resources that your settlers can mine. So you click the node. It might be a defend the tree or a kill all the monsters or a, those kind of mechanics anyways. So you do that, and then that ore node gets tagged. So now they start mining it. Now as they mine it, it goes here. Now it's mined ore, good and fine. Now that you have some mined ore, your smelters are going to start turning all these ores. You're going to start refining it into bars. Now once you're done refining it into bars, you're now going to ship it, basically send it to an NPC town. And what you get back is rewards. If you ship bars, you get currency. If you ship crops, you get equipment, so chest piece, boots, all of that stuff. Each town has a bias for equipment, or it basically returns a certain piece of equipment. So for example, if you send wheat to Ribbenfell, you're going to get back staves and war staves. If you send corn, you get back claws, swords, for pumpkins, ore guard, ward boots, and rings. Now if you send wheat to Nakanu instead, you get pure / hybrid strength body armors. You get strength helmets. Basically Nakanu will give you strength stuff, Teonu will give you deck stuff, Mota Arrow will give you int stuff. And then if you send, that's the TLDR of what you're sending to where. Now for your crops that I mentioned, I didn't mention how to get them. For crops, you have farmers. These farmers are always gathering the crops of your choice. You get to choose what crops they gather on each plot, and then you just put a farmer there to do your thing. The entire operation costs gold that you drop doing your regular content. So you're going to have to, depend on how many people you have, depending on how good they are, you're going to have to keep funding your town with gold, so they can continue mining, continue farming, continue smelting, all of that good stuff. That's the basics of King's March. The highest level a worker can be is level 5, and their salaries typically go up per level. At level 5 they are max efficiency, so you can't get better than level 5s, but you can have level 5s who have vastly varying wages, and you might want to eventually get rid of like something like this as an example. What else? Then there are map runners. These guys you can give your excess maps to, and they will run the map and give you and bring back loot. The better your map runners are, the higher the chance of success. There's a chance they die. There's a chance mappers die. There's a chance shippers die. There's a chance. Those are the two people that can die. Shippers can die when you send off your ship, because there can be events that happen. Like just for this shipment, it was commanded by the shipping boss. So I had to go fight someone. If I die there, he kills all my shippers, and I have to start over hiring new people. I also lose the shipment, so don't die to him. There are other events like the crew eats half the crops that you sent, which obviously sucks. They throw stuff overboard sometimes. The better your shippers, the less likely it is that some negative event happens when you send it, but there's always a chance. How's the profit in this? It was recently reworked. Like this season it was reworked. Previously, crops used to give currency and bars used to give equipment. So they flipped it, because bars requires active gameplay. Crops are more passive. So they didn't want it to feel mandatory, because the way it felt before was if you had excess gold, you wanted to have King's March going, because otherwise you're leaving money on the table. So they switched that to where you don't get currency unless you're actively farming King's March, which makes more sense. Now I want to say, if the profits of, let's say, past seasons is to still be trusted, because you know a lot could have changed, but if it's to be trusted, then if you send 50 million in value of bars, you're on average expecting 2.5 mirror shards back, like raw mirror shards, and then other profits. There are also unique power that comes only from King's March, and let me try to explain that. Actually, it's better to use Faustus to explain this. King's March, okay, it's a half and half. They're both good. If you look at the flags here, the flags represent the tribe that is inhabiting that area. These are Karuri ports. These are Kalguran ports. Kalguran ports, regardless of what you send them, will send you back rune grafts, and Karuri ports will send you back tattoos. I don't think you play. If you've been gone 3 years, did you play Tota, Child of the Ancestors? If you did, then you know about tattoos. But anyways, tattoos are these things. You can put them on your attribute nodes on your tree, and they change what they do. I have some tattoos, for example, on my tree. These are strength nodes, so I put some red tattoos here. So instead of getting strength, I'm now getting fire resistance. Yeah, replacing the stats. Exactly, you know what tattoos are. Rune grafts, on the other hand, they do the same thing, but for masteries. So you put a rune graft here, and now whatever mastery you choose there will be that specific rune graft you just got, and they have different effects. Where, like, one of the most expensive right now is treachery, and treachery says, by the way, today I dropped the treachery. That was huge. Or like 4D. Treachery, there we go. It increases your reservation efficiency of skills, but it also makes your auras affect enemies. Now, depending on the auras you run, it might be good, it might be bad. So not everybody is going to use this, but if you're, for example, using Rakiata's sword, which inverts the early res of your enemies, then you might want to use this to increase their elemental res with purity of elements, purity of lightning as an example, so that when you do hit, you're inverting even more, because now they have more resistances for you to invert. That's an example of a use case for treachery. There's warp, which is also very expensive, which just makes it so buffs expire slower, debuffs expire quicker. This is good for uptime on boss, shrines, whatever boss you want. This is really good for keeping it up longer. Gemcraft gives you +1 to all non-exceptional support gems. lots of stuff like this, essentially. And that's, I'm following the guide for minions. You use the res and then convert it to ES for endgame with a jewel. The jewel is probably from Breach. It's a Foulborn jewel. But then you convert some of the nodes to the res so that you can then convert that res to ES. Wait, what do you... wait, chill. Following the minion, you use the res and then convert it to ES for endgame. You use the res. So you use a jewel to convert the resistance to ES. Yes, it's a Foulborn Blue Dream or Blue Nightmare, one of them. And then you just use the tattoos to get as much of that resistance you need to get even more ES. Yeah, that's how that would work. So that's the brief TLDR of Settlers. There's of course nuances in the sense of, like I said, each port has its favored items. So not favored items, each port has its biases. So the same way some ports will give you strength tattoo, strength gear, or int gear, or dex gears, I would say some ports might have some biases for currency. They used to. I know they said in the Q&A that they removed the biases, so I expect that there shouldn't be any biases between all the bars. They also said they improved the port quota rewards. Now, port quotas are these things you see come up where the port is like saying, okay, we need orichalcum and wheat. If you give us orichalcum and wheat, we're going to give you even more value for your buck, essentially. Is how that works, essentially. And then when you fully complete the quota, it goes away, it brings a new quota, and you get a unique. You get the quota reward. I don't know if it's more than a unique now, but you get a quota reward, essentially. How many points do I need to start doing it? Once you talk to Johan, you can start doing it. You can start to do it anyways. I would say if you want to make currency from this, your priority should be get miners here. It doesn't matter. It obviously matters levels, but then they take an amount of gold. So just start by getting miners in here. Some level 1s, level 2s, level 3s. Just get them in here and have them just be here ready to mine, and have some smelters ready to smelt. And then just run your maps. If you, as you clear your atlas, this is the mechanic, by the way, Settlers of Cargo. The nodes here you're going to use to see more ore nodes in your map. You're going to use them to get increased ore from those deposits. You're going to use them to convert sulfites to random ore, which is what I'm doing. You're going to use to favor specific ore types over others. In my case, I'm going for vericium and I'm going for bismuth because I prefer those two, and I think bismuth in general is a quicker fight. Yeah, also lost shipments, which basically just turns one of your deposits into a randomly generated shipment of a random value. So for example, of things that dropped from these, I dropped a treachery from a lost shipment today, which was 4 divines. I dropped a raw divine from it, if not 2 today. General stuff like that. And I'm going to run a quick map to show you what that would look like. Keep in mind, my stuff is fairly juiced, and I am using scarabs that make it even tougher. So keep it in mind that it is quite difficult, and I will probably die here and there, even though I do have a fair amount of investments.
I cannot help you. Leave now.
All right, Zana, I hear you. I'm leaving my hideouts to come to the Atlas. Anyways, ow. Did I to remove my internet cut out? Okay, I'm back. I've been running Spectres and it's been great. Nice. I'm glad. So like for the first map in this chain, it's actually quite chill to kill the map boss. But then they become increasingly difficult as we go further into the chain. So by the time we're getting to the last one, it becomes kind of difficult. It's like very, very rippy. Especially because I also have Torment on my farming strat. So sometimes they're tormented, which kind of becomes pain. Sometimes they aren't. That was a settler node, by the way. That was a shrine. You kill all the monsters surrounding it, and now I have a shrine that's dropping meteors on their heads. This is a Verisium node that's just not rendering, and this is a lost shipment. I would like it to show so you can see what it looks like, but like it's adamant or not showing. Anyways, it's Verisium. There it is. That's what it looks like. It's the blue ore. For this one, you channel it for as long as you want. It's a crucible like mechanic. The longer you channel it, the more repair it is. I don't recommend going past like 60 to 70%, because it gets exponentially more difficult once you cross the 70 to 80% threshold. And if you go all the way to 100%, it's just very rippy. So I don't recommend going for the little bit of extra resources there. And then this is a lost shipment. So basically, each of these boxes will give you a piece of that shipment. I have a mastery that would open everything. So these are the things I got from that shipment. It would include typically a tattoo if it's a Karui port shipment, or to have a rune graft if it's a Kalguran port. And then to have bubblegum currency. This is that same shrine, so we just killed everything that spawns, and you know, bubblegum is the best. You know it. And every single time I click the node, if you look at the actual shrine, once it's done, 1379 or a Kakum ore marked, that means, ooh, breach scarab, I'll take it. Now that was a tink. How much is that scarab, I wonder? So I also have this keystone. This keystone makes it so sulfite in your maps gets converted to ore at 10% of its value. So as you might imagine, came back and found out specters can be scaled completely differently now. Completely differently. So you've been playing since you cared about the eye level of specters? Okay, so you haven't played for a while. Wow. Yeah. 82 chaos. I mean, that's good. 82 chaos. So I'm going to click this. I get bismuth ore instead of I get bismuth instead of sulfites, which is why I am also using some Necro scarabs on my strat. Well, one Necro scarab. I have no reason to fight this guy, really. Wait, do I? Do I not? Is he tormented? No, he's not. I actually have no reason.
You've done well. What is your desire?
My boss of the Mirage will be accompanied by Ridan. Holy, this is actually insane. If I was on a map boss strat, this would give me so much currency right now. Sadly, I am not. He's one that Ridan is the one that drops the league mechanics boss fight, and that shit is currency. So if I had multiple map bosses, wait, yeah, if I had multiple final map bosses, then that would have been a lot of black barriers, which should have been a lot of currency. I think last I checked, they were like 80 C a piece.
I must be. You are not.
Ooh, we got the hourglass. I'll take it. The hourglass brings me to the last mechanic of settlers I haven't actually spoken about.
Seize your soul.
Thank you for the easy black barrier.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Anyways, this hourglass is going to give me dusts, thaumaturgic dusts. Once I finish it, this is the Mirage version of a special node, 114k dust. Whew, you love to see it. Now, does playing in a party change the amount of ore you get? I would say yes, it should, because it scales off of quant, and playing in a party gives you a quant multiplier. So yeah, playing in a party should give you more ore. I don't know how it splits it, if it splits it to everybody or not. Not entirely sure. I don't really play in parties, so I don't really know. But you do get more ore, that's for sure. I think it should split it. I see no reason why I wouldn't. Why is my room so freaking hot? Holy. I might need to do something about that afterwards. All right, now that the sound on the background is going to be lower, the last mechanic I haven't spoken about is dust. And essentially what dust is it mirrors whatever you're sending in value. So if you were to send 1 million in bars, let's just say you send 100 crimson iron bar, 100 or a calcum, 100 this, and it adds up to 1 million value. And if you send up to 1 million dust, it basically mirrors sending these with a few caveats. It's going to be 2 million total value, so you get 2 million value of rewards back. However, you will not get the special reward for dust. So you're not going to get rune grafts, you're not going to get tattoos for the dust amounts that you put in there. So like, for example, I sent a 50 million shipment. I will get rune grafts for the 25 mil that were actually bars. The remaining 25 mil, I'm not going to get tattoos and rune grafts for, but I will get 50 million worth of currencies back. Does that make sense? And the dust has vastly diminishing returns once it exceeds the value of your shipment. So you want to give the exact amount or lower than the exact value amount of what you're selling or lower. So for example, if you have 1 mil of value that you're sending, then you do not want to exceed 1 mil in dust. You can go 500k, you can go 400k, you can go 800k, or you can go 1 mil, but you do not go 101 mil. You do not do that, because then that extra the extra bit of dust is essentially pseudo waste, as it's greatly diminishing returns. You basically are throwing it away. And how you get dust is Mirage gives you that node that allows you to get dust in your mouth, but the primary way of doing that is by disenchanting. These disenchanters, you give them a unique item, a rare item, give them an item, and they will break it down into dust. The uniques typically go for better dust, and lower tier uniques, so like T1, T0s, go for more dust than T2, T3 uniques. So Mage Blood will break for more than a Jinx Juju, as an example. So the way I went for my 25 mil dust is I broke down T0 uniques that are cheaper. So things that do not want to be used by build. So Essentia Sanguis, for example, is one of these uniques. It's not a popular unique. People don't really use it. So its entire price is based around the people who are breaking it down for dust. I think per one, you're getting like 2 million dust because it's a T0. So I just broke down a bunch of items like that. That's how I got my 25 mil dust to send with my 25 mil bars. And with that, I think we've basically covered everything there is to know about settlers to get started. There are obviously things that are, what's the word I'm looking for here? More min-maxy that you can know, like how I set up my tree, stuff like that. It's probably based off of like min-maxy information that it helps to know. But at the baseline, someone bought my corrupted 8 divines. What does your corrupted claw have? Isn't it just minion damage?
All pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
Yeah, you just fear essence, multi-mod trigger, and minion AS. Someone bought it for 8 divines. Okay. Like 2-3 divine crafting costs into 5 divine profits. Knowledge is power in this game. I'll tell you that. 8 fucking divines. You were double corrupting Dorianis. Ooh. Or you were just Valo. I mean, if it works, it works. I wouldn't want to spend the gold to go through the whole Doriani process. So I can see people wanting to do that. But 90 is insane. But I understand why for Doriani. 35 divines though. Because like I know an uncorrupted Doriani is going for less than a divine. It's going for like 20C or something. So if you have the patience, you just buy all of them, you start Valorbing, you make some disgusting money back, most likely. Especially today, since Gazi just rolled into Doriani. So a lot of people would be excited about it. A lot of people. But yeah, Scrubster, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind. But I hope that gives you like a good explanation for what Settlers is and how you engage with it. Ooh. What up, Hollow Edge? How you doing? Going to make so much profit. Yeah, replica dragon fangs. I think, or what I heard is it blew up in price. So yeah, that is the beauty of being ahead in progression in PoE. Shit is wild. Ooh, wait, hold up. Zatham is printing. Are you going to, do you think you're going to go for a giga expensive build like you did last time?
They are coming.
I think I'll go to like 500. Yeah. They also have a lot of fizz with Verisium nodes. Those are some big boys. You mean my dominating blow? They are in fact big boys. Wait until you see them with Soul Eater.
Good find, Exile.
It's so ridiculous how big they get. Ooh, there's a Soul Eater somewhere here. I don't know where he is. It was quite entertaining doing rare farm and making one of the millions more rares a big man. He would just chop everything's head off. Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the most fun parts about owning something like a, what do you call it, owning something like a Hallowed Monarch would be just seeing one of your minions start getting huge. Now for spectators it's less notable because they just can get Soul Eater regardless. So, and when they all have Soul Eater, no one gets truly that big because all of a sudden they're splitting souls. Some people are not getting, so they're losing souls, yada yada yada. But like when it comes to these guys, typically only one of them has Soul Eater at a time. The one problem with it, if you want to call it a problem, is now that you're eating souls, well, you're not getting souls to refill your dominating blow. So odds are it becomes a lot easier for you to not sustain. That's the one downside of Soul Eater. It is comical though.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
We just got Blasphemy. I don't know if Blasphemy is worth anything. Reminds me of some Act 5 mob or something. Yeah. When you fight Innocence, he typically has one of these guys as a statue and he periodically makes it move. So if you remember him from Act 5, that's probably why you remember him from Act 5. How much longer till our 50 mil shipments? 30 minutes.
I am where I must be. You are not.
These are the starts I don't really like because you start me off facing magic monsters and it becomes way harder for me to summon my minions. The Don't Blow Curse.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
When I'm ready,
I think it might be time to stop picking up scours and stuff though. We're getting to that point. We might move on to Chaos Plus because I mean, I guess let's see how many mirrors we get, mirror shards we get from this our 50 mil shipment, and they will make a decision.
Choose what you wish. So
You know, I always take gold.
there is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
An accelerating shrine belt plus spark inquisitor sounds interesting. What about echoing shrine? Would you not like your spark to echo on top of your spell echo? So I think my order of upgrades going forward is going to be my chests, my amulets, fixing res with bone melt, and then we're going to get an explode AG. I think that's... God damn it, man. Why is that portal where it is?
Fight like a decay.
All right, that works too, but I like Exile because it at least gives some movement speed. I hear you, and I raise you what's it called, lightning warp. Who needs movement speed now? Think about it. Refinement scarabs are crazy expensive. Is there a cheaper option for scarabs? So the beauty of refinement scarabs, right, is as soon as you get the thing, you instantly, like as soon as you get the reward, instead of marking it so it's then mined and then switched over to bars by your smelters, you skip all of that and you just get bars instantly. So now if you had like issues with gold, this removes the need to have workers, because now you're just getting the bars directly and now you're just going to ship them directly. No middleman. That being said, it's expensive, like you said. So what I like to do is I like to fill up my ores until it will take them so long to freaking smelt it all, and then I will start using the bars. Now for my replacement for the bars, what I do is I use scarab of, basically do exclamation mark atlas or exclamation mark build, either or. That spreadsheet has my current atlas tree. It also has the scarabs. In place of refinement, I use influencing scarab of hordes, and with influencing scarab of hordes, I get a lot of bubblegum currency from red altars. And I just click every option that says minions. So any eldritch minion thing, it's going to make them drop, like all these bubblegum you're seeing, it's because they have a chance to drop them. So eldritch minions have a chance to drop regrets, scours, valorbs, and so. So that is it should be the only 3.28 tree there on the Atlas strats portion. That tree is what I'm currently using, give or take a point or two. I think I'm missing 8 points, but that is what I'm running. And scarabs are the scarabs shown on the macro planner, because that's the easiest way to show scarabs. That being said, I don't fully remember what scarabs I put there. Can you let me know if refinement is there or if it is influencing scarab of hordes? Because I feel like it should be hordes, because hordes is just, there's a trade-off to be made by using the expensive scarab. You either get your bars by spending gold or by spending currency. That's basically the strengths of that scarab. You get to use your currency to convert instead of gold and time. Gold is, of course, something you passively earn as you're playing the game. So, like, I think not using it is lost potential. Like, why not? But I also think using it too much is a waste of time, because realistically, you can play way more than they can keep up with. That's just the truth. You can play way more than they can handle. And as such, if you play that much, then yeah, you'd want to eventually use refinements. But if you don't and you play, 3-4 hours a day, you can probably just leave them to use gold, and you won't have to worry about the costs that is refinement scarab. This guy has life regen curses, so we have enfeeble. This fucker ain't dying. Good, we don't have to kill him. Get the fuck away from me. Dude is chaos resistant, but he's also regening, but he's also casting enfeeble on my minions. Okay, you just don't want to die is what I'm hearing. I'm trying to decide if I go to this or strongbox. So if you like meta farming strategies and you just want to drop a lot of loot and you don't mind the expenses that come with that, then strong boxes is probably a very good idea. I haven't played with strong boxes, so I can't speak to how good or bad it is. But this one, I will offer a caveat for what we are about to see when it comes to my shipment. 50 million is the max amount of value you can ship in one shipment, and it's not something I. If you know life the game, you can probably make that in a day, like if you really play a lot. But realistically, it's not something you're going to get every single day. So just, you know, don't think it is going to be something you would get every single day, but rather if you're going for 50 mil shipments, it will take you, depending on playtime, it could take you a day, it could take you 2 days, 3 days, you know, it all depends. Also kind of depends on RNG as well. Oh, these guys are getting tougher, I see, because they have tormented spirits, but they also have these astrolabe. 4k dust there because of the tormented spirits. I'll take it.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Keep in mind, even the bars you get from Necro, from like your sulfite nodes, are going to be converted to bars as well. Every single source of ores is converted to bars with refinements. Also on your build guides, I've seen Regifalas. How are those? They are pretty much the most meta minion build out there. What the fuck? Barashta, you're looking a bit underdressed.
Let's see how that turns out for you.
Let's do this first. Regifalas are very, very good. They, once you have the Spectre, they are very solid. If you're looking for a lazy minion playstyle where you basically just convocate your minions and potentially curse, then they are fantastic candidates for that. They are like very, very good for it. Like when it comes to dominating blow, I have to use the skill to then debuff the enemy to then potentially resummon my dumb blow and then cast Val and all of that. With the Defilers, they're just always there, and you just... How are they compared to Forge Frostbearer? On the low to mid budget, Forge Frostbearers have better single target, but they have better clear. High budgets, Defilers outclass Frostbearers, because then they make up for their biggest downside, which is single target damage, and they still have insane clear, and they have insane cloak coverage as well. And Defilers or Frostbearers they can have issues hitting fast targets because they throw mortars. The mortars have to land on and hit the target. If the target is fast and moves out of the way, he's not going to take any damage. So Defilers don't have that problem with their projectiles. So I definitely recommend Defilers over Frostbearers. But if you're looking for single target early on, Frostbearers are the way to go. Also, Frostbearers are squishier, so you might have to deal with them respawning or them dying a bit more. You no longer have to resummon them, so that's that's annoying. I got stunned out of the channel.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Hear me out. Next build is Holy Strike with Monarch Helmet Lamau. And Congregation? Why Congregation? Wait, did you not complain about Holy Strike? More weapons? I mean, yes. But like at the same time, for me, Naji, you missed the target. Holy Strike? Nah, I'm good. Thanks for asking. Confirm best build of the league. I am good. Thank you for asking. But I mean, if you're down to share your progress on said build, I'd be happy to see it. So let me even just conceptualize what you just told me. Okay, let's use Holy Strike, the minion that requires you to press a button to do damage. Let's multiply their number by 2 and just delete every other support minion you could have. And then let's take some more numbers and throw it in there. I wonder how many swords that would be. You can get to, so you start off with I think max of 3, right? Then you double to 6, and I've heard that congregation actually applies after doubling, which is kind of insane. So with a level 4 congregation, you have 40% more, which is 10% of 6 is 0.6 times 4 is 24. So you get an extra 2 swords. So you get 8 swords out of the fiasco. So every swing you get 8 swings instead. Read already somewhere was in the base amount of the gem. I thought it was going to be, but it turns out that is likely not the case actually, and it might honestly be after the doubling, like global amount after the doubling, which is the most broken way it could work. Can I just say it's the most broken way it could work? And we'll be able to confirm this if after it's all said and done, once I've changed my amulets and my chest, if I can get to 7 specters, then we would know it is not the base amount, but it is the total amount. Now granted, this isn't after doubling, because after doubling I did a Dark Monarch. I'm not about to do all of that, but it does show that it is not on the base gem. So red blood, exactly, like that could actually work now, because if it was based on the gem amount, then you would never use congregation on Soul Rest Dark Monarch. But now you can get up to 60. Wait, actually you can get more than 60 on that amount. So with Soul Rest, with base you get I think what, 22. Then you double that to 44. Okay, yeah, you'd get up to 62 phantasms in this case. If it was before doubling, it would have been 60, I believe, something like that. But yeah, 62 is not that. I think we talked about it before. I want to do early phantasms. Poison is so lame. Did we talk about it? I know I spoke about congregation phantasms. I don't know if we spoke about it being elemental. Elemental, how would you scale elemental phantasms? I think yeah, I remember now. I think I mentioned how we would wait, last league, not now, huh? But how you would do it, because phantasms are base fizz, you would want to scale hatred and a lot of it so you can get fizz as extra cold. But you'd probably want to go try elemental, and because you're already cycloning or doing you might be melee hitting, it might be worth it to run Hallowed Flame so that some minions will get Fizzer's extra fire. I don't know how worth it will be. I feel like it wouldn't be with that many minions because you can't sustain uptime for everybody. Like, it wouldn't be fully worth it, but something to consider. But anyways, Fizzers, that's a lot of Fizzer's extra code. And then from there, you want to go Fizzer's extra, like, as much as you can. So Hatred effect, or Giga Stack Aura effect, and then you either go full cold or you go try elements. Fizz to lightning support has Fizzer's extra lightning, so that's also another source of Fizzer's extra. Cold to fire has code as extra fire, but like, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think so. Hallowed Flame apparently is balls. I don't think it I could have told you that. Like I said it right from the review, I don't see how you are going to maintain full uptime for a large minion army when you're stuck using melee hits. The best case scenario, the absolute best case scenario for Hallowed Monarch is if you can fully maintain static strike on the target. And even then, if you are not, if your minions have passed a certain amount of attack, so if you are even so, if you so much as look in the direction of a high budget build that is using a 35% cluster with attack speed on it, all of a sudden there's no way you're maintaining that uptime. So like, I believe it, 100%. I believe it. You most definitely do not need to convince me. How long till our shipment? Ooh, 7 minutes. So what I'm hearing is it should be done a bit after I'm done with this map, which is a good place to... This is the
generations have walked these time-worn stones.
poison. I mean, I would tell you poison is the easiest way to go soul rest. Like, I have a soul rest build. It uses poison as well because you have so many minions. It just makes sense. And another thing is to go elemental. You're giga gimped by the simple fact that you don't have specters. Like, elemental really loves specters. You get you want to have your lucky lightning spectre if possibly. There's not anger spectre potentially. You can get 7 specters with like 7 support specters on your stuff. You can then self-run hatred, scale that accuracy. There's a lot you can do. A lot you can do when you have specters, but the moment you decide to go Dark Monarch, you don't have access to any of these. You're limited by your own reservation pool and stuff like that. You don't have a support AG or whatever else. Poison is your biggest strength because you have the numbers for poison.
When I'm ready, I'm not afraid.
Have I tried Divine Sentinel? How to fix its buff? You want to fix its buff to your totem build, but still figuring out how to do hits. You trigger with Shard of Purity as I deal no damage with Ancestral Bond. Can I have your advice? I'm pretty sure you can summon Herald of Purity by running Gravebinds, but let me just confirm. Yeah, when you kill an enemy. So I would say use Gravebinds. Wait, you're using a totem build? Yeah, so the kills aren't yours. Yeah, use Gravebinds. That will count as you killing, and you summon the minions. And then for single targets, what is your weapon? Are you using a wand? I assume it's most likely Kinetic Fusillade totem, but I could be wrong. Storm burst totems. Okay, so Tatiantel. Storm burst. So they're doing lightning damage. That means you're using a wand because it's a spell totem. It's a spell totem. You don't have to use an attack weapon. Is there any easy way to hit? Arcanist brand. Arcanist brand. Attach an Arcanist brand with like Firestorm. You need it to convert lightning to fizz and unnerve. Do you? What's the base conversion? 50%. Yeah. All you have to do is use fizz to lightning supports. Physical damage to lightning support will convert 50% of physical damage to lightning damage. Boom. Does hit count when you do no damage? Yes, you still hit. You're just not doing damage, but you still hit. So you can use Arcanist brand with Firestorm, and it will consider that hitting for single target. I need to summon the, what's it called? Herald of Purity. Do keep in mind it's still just like a 20% chance, but because Firestorm hits as frequently as it does, it's a decent chance that you get it. Did you scry a map to City Square? I wish. Oh, think we just got. We might have just gotten a big tattoo. Bleed. If I had to recommend. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I did get a good map to scry, but by the time I got it to scry, okay, you can hear me. By the time I got this map to scry, which had Nimbus, it had Fire of the Unchosen Origin or Unknown Origin. I hadn't actually completed City Square. I could see it, but the game didn't let me click it because I didn't have completion on it. So I had to put it on Mausoleum. Sad. So you said Siege? What does Siege have? Ooh. The Mayor. That's actually a good one. How much is Light of Meaning going for now? Because it's Light of Meaning, it's not the most expensive. Keep Ghetto on your radar. Ghetto is pretty good for Nimbus. Nimbus is almost Mage Blood kind of rare, so it's kind of rare, but it is well worth it if you drop it. So Park is here. Nope. Watcher's Eye. Double Implicit Watcher's Eye. Hinekara's Lock. I just think I might end up farming Park for a bit. For no reason at all. None. I actually think I am going to scry Park. I think I'm actually going to do it. I didn't even know there was a div card for Hinekara Lock. Jeez. Woo! Look at that. Our ship is back. We'll go there after this map. Yup, with 50 mil shipments. Woo! That was not the best spot to stand. Dude, nameless here, please. We're about to go somewhere else. If you can do me a solid and just come with me, I would appreciate it. All right. There is nothing yet. That you see, now you owe me. You didn't give me anything good now. I just need you to get back. How many hours? I have an alternative way is using absolution with spell totem support, but only limit to 3 or 4 of them to have 3, 4 over to have 3 of these divine sentinel buffs. So you'd have absolution, spell totem, divine sentinel, and maybe meat shield or something. I think you need blessed rebirth if you're going to be doing this divine sentinel support. It's not a bad idea, but you're already using totem, so wouldn't that nerf your damage? It would eat into your max totem limit unless you're not using multiple totem support for your main, in which case you can maybe use that to increase. Nah, that then with someone too, that's a problem. I feel like that one will definitely hit your DPS because you'd be losing a totem for it. That guy has Giga Souls. I'll take the XP.
Countless generations have walked these time-worn stones.
Are there bosses in here? I feel like they're gonna be bugged. I mean, we can check. Yep, it's bugged. It didn't fully render the bosses, so it's just bugged. We can wait for this guy to honestly lose souls. We can see his shadow as he starts to shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink some more. My setup is for spell totem. Don't use multiple totems in it. If you were to use multiple totems in the support totem, you would be able to bypass the max technically because it gives an extra max, right? That would have been something you could do, but the problem is how much is that too? If you use spell totem support, ooh, See a divine. Oh, it's going instantly for a divine. A divine is how much? 186. Sure. Okay.
All in order.
Easy divine. Settlers for the win. How many hours of farming was it? 50 mil? That is hard to that is hard to answer. The main reason it is hard to answer is because I've been farming for the 50 mil for a bit. And I started, the last shipment I sent was Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night, I think, or Saturday. I don't know if it was night or during the day. But essentially, since then I have been constantly upgrading my workers and everything. So it hasn't been an even distribution of like, oh, this is how much I've been converting resources to bars, and this is how long that would take. And I've also been regularly converting with my smelters, as well as using the scarab for instant bars to get 50 mil. That being said, I started today with like 11ish mil, 10ish maybe, and I ran a bunch of maps while my smelters were also churning, and I was able to go from that to 25 mil and then fill the rest with 25 mil dust. So I think it's possible, if you know live the game, to actually go 25 mil in a day if you're just using the bar scarab. I think that's possible.
You should check out what came in from
But yeah, it's not the most straightforward to answer. But yeah, 50 mil shipments. I need to take a screenshot of the results to Pondium. Any mirror shards? I got 4 fractures. I didn't get a single mirror shard. That is unfortunate. And I feel like this is part of the reason. I feel like you are part of the reason I didn't see a mirror shard in here. But I have no proof. Unless I'm blind and I can't see the mirror shard. There is no mirror shard. So I got unlucky. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay. But I got Gemcraft. I got Warp though. This is money. This is actually money.
I love this job.
50 mil shipment to Pondium. All right, so this is good money. This is also good money. But this is, I think, the most expensive rune graft, or I could be wrong about that. PoE.ninja. Rune grafts. Yeah, warp is 8 divine. So this is like 8. Probably another 7. Gemcraft is another divine. And then did we get anything else good? Time is, woo, this, oh my god, 10 treacheries. 10 fucking treacheries. I sold this today for 4 divines. This could be 40 divines just sitting here. Yeah, I wasn't disappointed I didn't get a mirror shard. 10 fucking treacheries. Okay. Anyone else here of note? Jeez. 10 treacheries is crazy work. But anyways, we found where warp comes from. So we can get warp, we can get gemcrafts, we can get treachery, all from Pondium. I guess that means Fortress is from the last guy, Ribbenfell. So Fortress has to be from Ribbenfell. Probably stability as well, if we don't already know where stability comes from. Because if this is to be trusted, actually, let me look. Did I get any of these? I got stability, so it's not perfect because we saw stability here, right? Did we? Or did we not? We did not. Okay, so is there anyone that's here? Connection, no. Resurgence, no. Spellbound, no. Nova Mark, nope. Witch Mark, no. Loyalty, nope. More loyalty. Treachery, nope. Time, no. Blasphemy. Gemcraft is also in Kalgur. And warp. So gemcrafts, so it might not be exclusive, but clearly there's a bias to treachery here. Clearly there's some bias to treachery. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the expensive ones to the side.
Engineer reporting.
I'm going to put warp here, gemcraft here. Where are those the beautiful treacheries there? Did we say anybody else? I think everything else is kind of fine, kind of tame. Could be wrong, but like. And of course, we still got 8 divines raw and 4 fracturing orbs. So like, it's not bad. We made a lot of money from this. So now, if you guys noticed, I ran Wealthy Exile before I did that. And the reason I did that was so I could use Wealthy Exile to see the total value of that shipment. So I'm going to click this button and you see plus 17 divines. Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. You're not looking at this. You should be looking at that. Okay, so that kind of changes things, but there we go. 68D, because 10 treacheries is like 32 divines. This alone pays for like almost 2 mirror shards. Then warp is another 7.5 divines. Time is good money apparently, and I got 4 of them. I feel like this I already had. I obviously didn't get it now. And then gemcraft is obviously over a divine. Everything else is kind of on the meh side. And then we got this one, which was 13 divines. So 13 divines plus, we got money. We got more than 2 mirror shards worth, even though we didn't get 2 mirror shards. So let's just get the more expensive one. So that's treachery, warp, gemcraft, time. Those 4. And was it any rune graft of note? The loyalties add up though, so I guess I should pull them out. The loyalties add up in price, and so do the connections. Where are the connections? Bro, where are the connections? There. And then if we just look at the overall value, treacheries are there, divine orbs, then warp, fracturing orbs we should sell. So fracturing orbs, we got 4 of them. Warmonger. This I dropped a while back, not now. Scours. And then all the other bubblegum currency starts to pop up. The orbs of the scour orbs, the annulment, all of that starts to pop up. But these are the main things that are big value. So let's actually look at the prices, shall we? This is going for 4 divines slow, well, 3 divines instant, 4 divines slow. How many chaoses is it going for? 420, 180. That is less than 3, so we're not doing that. So we either sell all 10 of them for 3 instantly, or we take the chance and just list them all for 4. If we get 4, that's an extra 10 divines. So I'm down to wait. It's a difficult decision, that's for sure. Sure. I think because of the nature of rune grafts,
Well, make it
I'm inclined to sell it this way. And that's just because rune grafts, each person buys 1 and they're done. They don't need to buy another unless you're going for an ult or something. So I'm going to just try to get it off ASAP. Warps are going for a 7 slow, so I'll put it for like 6. 6 instants, 7 slow. How much is it in chaos? That is way cheaper than it is in divines. All right, same deal. 6.
raise my fees.
Gemcraft is going for 2 slow, or yeah, we're going to do 2. Time, we have 4 of them. It's going for how many chaoses? 4. 55 times 4 is 220. So 215, 216 rather. Should be 54
Well, make
there. Then loyalty, we have 14 of them. You're going for 5 instants. I could do 14 slow, so we're going to do that. 14 times 14, 196.
all in order.
And then connection is 14 slow, we have 10. So 140.
I should raise my fees.
All right, so when it's all said and done, from just the rune grafts alone, we got 30 divines here, 30 divines, 6, 36, 38 divines, and then this is like a divine and some change, a divine and some change, a bit less than a divine, so I'll go for a divine on 3 fronts. So that's 41 divines. A mirror shard currently is 19. So we got more than 2 mirror shards in just this value. 10 treacheries is crazy work. And keep in mind, we still got 8 raw divines and 4 fracturing orbs. So like overall, I'm happy. I'm happy. Favored resource.
Who's that?
So now if I can get these guys wheats. We'll get to see whatever that resource, whatever the quota reward is. So I'll try to probably do that too.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Divine orb on my ritual and 12 tribute short of deferring. Oh, that is pain. Oh, that is pain. My condolences for the divine. My farming struts, it is on my build sheet. So exclamation mark build or atlas, either works. It is the only 3.28 struts on there. And then we have fracturing orbs. We should sell them real quick. For divines, we need 6 to get 5 divines. How much is it in chaos? $564 is about a bit more than 3D. Is it? 180 times 3 is 540. So yeah, it's a bit of over 3 divines if I would sell it this way. So I will be selling it this way, but I'll be slow selling it for 149. $596.
All in order. I'll let you know.
What else did we get that is of note? All right. No Mirage shard, but like, hey. Fracturing orbs have sold. I should just get this. What did I sell here? Oh, this. Oh, my old helmet. Okay. Now, what do I want to do with this influx of cash we just got completely expectedly? 47 and like an extra 8 here. So like 50 something. I said I was going to deal with my chest piece to get +1 Spectre. I probably should have kept the fracturing orbs I just sold, but like, we don't make the best decisions. Amulet as well. I'm going to just overhaul my gear, I think, starting with my chest piece. So first things first, I'm going to need to get a chest base that has... What does this chest base need to have? It needs to have maximum number of specters. It needs to be body armor. I don't think I need to specify any non-unique, but sure. Then it needs to have let's just start with this. Let's just start with this. It either needs to have really good life or no life whatsoever. I would prefer if it's had strength, but let's just look through this for now. I don't think I want it to have dex, so just put 0. I don't want dex. Don't show me dex bases. Prefixes are as we're looking for good prefixes or no life. Either or is fine. It needs to have good prefixes. I would rather it not be a pure ES base as well, because I want to keep my raw ES number low if possible. Reflect is not good. No, you have shite life, ES, and shite life. No. 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 No life, ES. Pure armor, shite life. Shite. Shite prefixes. How about we start looking for really good life, and then we'll go to no life. So 150 plus, not max life. And then we minimize this for now. We'll start with really good life. This is good. This is also good. This is a better base. This is fractured. What is a golden plate? All the way down here. But like, it's also kind of fine because it's fractured. I can make do with it. How about this? Let's also look at fractured bases just in case there are any cheap ones like that 5-1 we just saw. And then we could just craft from the starts. If I'm looking at body armor, pure armor, Crusader plate is actually above. This is bronze actually. Let's see if we can find Royal, Legion, or Titan. Maybe not Royal because that's gigas, but like Titan and below. So these are our choices, the armor bases. Bronze, golden, or Crusader. Bronze is a no. I think we're going for the Crusader. That is the best of the three.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile?
5D for the base, but we can craft it however we want.
Consider that a win. You've got affairs you might want to tend.
So now if I go to my build and I look at the high budgets, we go for PDR and Chaos Res. So we're going to use essences to craft suffixes and make sure we get PDR. We're getting no Chaos Res from here. None. What does my res look like this? Cold res. Cold res seems to be needed. So for suffixes, because I'm not thinking about going. I end up not being able to go reservation efficiency here. Reservation would have been so good, but I think suffix pressure pushes me to needing double res here. So we're going to start off with cold res essences into trying to hit chaos PDRT. God damn it. I level 81. None of these are 83, so I can't get T1, but I should be able to get T2, but let's confirm that. So we'll be going for T2 PDR, i.e. 7% physical damage reduction. And body armor, pure strength. Physical damage reduction, T7 is 77, so yeah, we can get T7. And then we'll go for lightning. Actually, we should go for chaos. Because we can... Ooh! Never mind. Lightning has a higher eye level, so we should go for T for essence lightning into T whatever PDR and then reforge chaos. Chaos is a 1 in 6, whereas PDR is a 1 in 5. So I should be going until I hit chaos res T1, and then I should reforge to get PDR because it's better weight to hit 7% than for this one to hit T1 or T2. So like, makes sense, right? So that's what we're gonna do. Chaos orb into anyways, chaos, we said cold res essences, hatred. Now how much is this by the divine? 55. How much is this by the chaos? They're roughly the same, so we'll just go for this. Is slightly cheaper. Oh no, this is way cheaper. All right, I'll go for 110.
I should raise my fees.
I'm going to wear this because I'm going to need it. Next up, we're going into PoE.re and we're going to modifiers. Where is it? Items, body armor. What is the name of my chest again? Crusader. Crusader plate. We're going for physical damage reduction. I think I remember this being pain to roll because actually no, we said T1. This was harder to hit. This was harder to hit, so we're going to go for this on this step. So the goal is to hit chaos res, 6% PDR. Like I said, it's easier to hit the T1 chaos res, or it's harder to hit the T1 chaos res. So we should just go for... Do we need T1? If we're going to spend money, we might as well do it well. You know? Ooh. Okay. This is actually best case scenario. Suffixes cannot be changed. And now we're going to reforge physical and pray that we get what we need. Now the question is, do we settle for a 6% over a 7%? And I think the answer is yes. I don't want to spend on that 2 divines. So we'll take the 6%. It's double what you can benchcraft. And now suffixes are done. So for prefixes, all we need to do is we need to influence this. So we need to make sure we pick the one that rerolls prefixes. So Syrian Exarch. Slap that on there. And now we have 2 options. We can go the reforge route where we go Wild Bristle Matron. And then to get suffixes cannot be changed and then slap on reforge defense over and over again. Or we try to just Eldritch Chaos Orbits. Now for Eldritch Chaos Orbs, they are giga expensive. Holy. How much are Wild Bristle Matrons? Wild Bristle. How much are you? You're a divine. I think this is better. I think this is better.
All in order. I'll let you know.
All right, so the goal here is we're either going for high life or good defense. This is hybrid, so no.
Well, make it happen.
All right, let's do it again. I hate when it clicks and it just does nothing. Oh, my internet is acting up, eh? All right, let's shift to divine, shall we? Because we have a lot more. Nah, it's cheaper. It's cheaper in chaoses. We'll keep going chaoses.
We'll make it happen.
Dude, just give me something. You're making me think I should go Wild Bristle, just in case we're wondering. You're definitely making me consider it. Most definitely. Anyways, 4 divines.
We'll make it happen.
We should have 4 tries of Wild Bristle, so at least there's that. Eldritch Chaos.
I should raise my fees.
Is this chest for Dumblo? Yes, it is. But like this is a minus. Yep, it's a minus lightning rage ring that had giga minus intelligence.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Oh, I kind of wish you would have not given me armor though. Isn't craftable? Wait, let me see. Faustus, stop it. Isn't craftable increased armor better? 74. Oh, it's better. This is better actually. Okay. Well, don't mind if I do then. We're done. More or less. We still have to work on the prefix, the implicits, but we're done. We have our +1 Spectre chest. Next, we work on replacing our army. The good news is I just got the Chaos Rest to replace this Chaos Rest, so we're kind of chilling on that front. The bad news is we might need some intelligence once we take this off to support. What amulet are we getting? We are getting Bone Meld. Bone Meld has some attributes, but if this POB is to be believed, we're gonna need a bit more intelligence, I believe. Let me see, intelligence. Okay. No, we actually have enough intelligence for this. We actually have enough intelligence. All right. So that's what we're going to do. All right. So now we need to 6-link it. Now, for those who don't know easy/cheap ways to 6-link it, there are actually quite a few. I could corrupt it and go from there. I don't know that I want to. I really don't know that I want to, especially with the implicit being a work in progress. I might just replace it with a corrupted other piece, like boots or something. Because the boots I don't really have to do any special crafts for. And I'm not going for 8 corrupted pieces yet, so it's not mandatory that it is corrupted. So that means I can have 4 pieces uncorrupted, and those 4 pieces would just be 1, 2. These 2 are the main ones, actually. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, I guess. Or 4. I'm probably replacing both of you, so it doesn't matter. All right, let's 6-link it. So first things first, the cheapest way that I know of to get to 6 sockets is not connections, actually. It is jeweler. Bruh. Omen of the jeweler, you use this, 15 chaos.
I'll put the word out.
Then you take a jeweler orb. And now, it's 6 sockets. Now that it is 6 sockets, we need to 6-link it. For that, we need a... How much is it with the Omen? Omen of connections is 500 chaos. So that is, I want to say 4-ish divines. 4 divines-ish, give or take. 3 divines, actually. So this is 3 divines. Let's look at the other methods. Wild Bristle Matron is not Wild Bristle. Black Morrigan is the important guy. Two divines, so this is cheaper. The alternative would have been to corrupt this and then to go for fusions, tainted orbs of fusions. a divine will get you 9 of them, and I think on average it's like a 1 in 2, 1 in 2. So like it's like a 1 in 4 to get 6 links. So the corrupted route will on average be even cheaper than Black Morrigan. However, that would mean this is corrupted and there is no way to safely corrupt this, and I still want to work on the prefix, the implicits. So we're going to go for Black Morrigan as our source. This is our 6-link method of choice. Beast crafting. Give me a quick second. All right. 2 divines from there.
Consider that a win.
I also need sand spitters, but I might have them already. We'll see. No, I don't. All right, so we get these sand spitters as well. One chaos, 2 chaos, and then yellow beasts. I have a bunch of yellow beasts, so I'm not really lacking on that front. Yeah, I'm just not even going to touch this. So now Menagerie. To have maximum possible links.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile.
Highlight. Yes. When I'm ready, I'm not.
You are truly a survivor.
And now it's 6 linked. Can I just say Dumb Blue sucks ass for beast crafting? But this is what it is. All right. Actually, it might not. It actually doesn't. It's because, well, it's partly because I don't have Soul Wick yet. I should be trying to get a Soul Wick, but I don't have a Soul Wick. Anywho, link wise, I would like to get 1 blue and 1 green. Well, actually, I think 2 green is ideal. Actually, 1 green is fine. Because now we're actually trying to get into the high budgets slowly but surely. This is the high budget chess piece, so might as well. I do need to get 4 points to put in here so that I can actually run settlers efficiently, but that's a personal me thing. Anywho, so this was 1 blue and that many blues, huh? Okay, so that means we're just going to spam 1 blue until we get 3 blues, 1 green. This would probably have been cheaper as a corrupted item. Probably. Actually, let's just double check Vorichi's calculator. Do I have I should still have the link, right? Vorici. There. Vorici's chromatic calculator, 6 sockets. Requirement is 160 strength. Desired colors 3 blue, 1 green, 2 red. Calculates? Yeah. Spam 1 blue until success. So yeah. I kind of knew this would be the best way, but I just wanted to double check. Actually, I can't do without any of these. This is the best socket linking. Now we have to go for... Never mind. It's that easy. My first death of the league. You haven't died this league? And you're not playing hardcore? I mean, fair, you were level 70 in the campaign, so there's that. There are a few things that can kill you in the campaign when you're level 70. 60% deli? Ooh, that's some spicy content. Minion damage. Minion speed takes a chill. Chance of poison gets the fuck out. Void manipulation. So, I don't have a mage blood, so I'm going to have to solve the things the mage blood is asking for. I'm going to need to solve crits. Now, I'm going to need an FNF for what I need to do. So what we're going to start off with is... We're not going to spend all these points on a 12 passive cluster because that's a lot of points. Instead, I'll go for either a smaller cluster or we'll compromise. And then that means we need to solve shock. How do we go ailment immunity here? We go bleed immunity. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing because we're going to use a life flask. That's fine. Bleed immunity, shock immunity. We can use our current darkness and throne to solve for ailments, because what we could do we even use purity of elements here? We don't, right? We can't afford to. No, we cannot. We're also not going to be using purity of fire, because purity of fire is for when I have a mage blood to go melding. I don't, so I can replace it. If I get an Enlighten 4, so I could technically go Purity of Elements, Clarity, and Flesh and Stone. If I have enough reservation efficiency. Do I have enough reservation efficiency? Not really. How much is an Enlighten 4 going for? 60% daily. I thought I was good. I mean, 60% daily is spicy content. What content? What were you farming in your daily? Just, are you fully expecting to daily? Level 4 Enlighten. $11D. Level 3 Enlighten. Because looking at this, if I drop Purity of Fire, that is not enough. I'd have to drop Purity of Fire and Flesh and Stone, or I have to run a lower level Clarity. Either or. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. I guess what I could do is I could use a Rune of Treachery. That's something I could do, actually. I could go Rune of Treachery, because the auras I'd be given is Purity of Elements for ailment immunity and res. I don't care about the early res I'm giving them. And that also solves, that makes it so I don't have to care about Storm Shroud yet. Because there's a Storm Shroud in here, isn't there? Did I never fit in a Storm Shroud? Huh. Oh, that's a big mistake. That is a big mistake. Fortress Covenant, get the fuck out of there. Wait, hold up. Go back. Go all the way back. I was like, where's my DPS coming from? I no longer need this. They've made the changes. POB updated. So now I can do this. Cool. This is my DPS. Nothing else here. Yeah. Unless, nah, they didn't. I could have guessed they wouldn't, but anyways, so yeah, we have this. Then I need to go Storm Shroud in place of Fortress Covenant. Save, because that's a big mistake. I should have a Storm Shroud. Control V. Fixed. Oh, wrong account. Fixed. Config for POB updates plus added Storm Shroud. I need to go and do the same config change for the mid budget and the low budget, I think. But anyways, if I can fit in a treachery, that would work, but I'm already kind of behind on points, right? It's kind of difficult. So I can't say yes, I will do it, and I can't say no, I will not. So first things first, this is gonna have to go. So I'm going to cut out 3 points from here because I don't have the jewel for it. I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to go for the crit scaling I have. It's going to be worse, but I'm going to try to juice as much crit as I can. Honestly, a part of me wants to go for some hybrid in between where I am and where this is, because then I'd be able to like go for my current Fireborn jewel, try to cap block without this. That would allow me to go Spirit Offering, you know, stuff like that. It might honestly even be the case, the play here. Like drop this wheel, but like the regen is very goated right now because my minions don't have a lot of regen. This regen here is very much felt. Like this POB is so min-maxed that like there isn't an easy way to do any of the things I would like to do. Convert all trees to 3.28. Yeah, convert. Doesn't change anything. Notes, save. Let me actually just do that. So now it is a it uses 3.28 tree. Okay, we just get rid of that. I'm also going to change all my ES pieces. So this is a non-negotiable ES piece. I can drop ES on every single other source of gear, so that this is the only source of ES I'm getting. Bone meld would give me increased ES, but like it is what it is. So long as I do not have I think this is accurate for a single target at least. Anyways, let me think. I really would like to use Spirit Offering because let's just entertain the thoughts, right? If we could solve our block in other sources like Tempest Shield and we went Spirit Offering, it would give us so much damage. Now, and this is even with that vastly overcapping our crit, like a lot of overcap crit, because we already solve crits without Spirit Offering. But like this crit multi that this provides, huge. So yeah, definitely makes me want to potentially find other solutions for block than Missions of Sacrifice. But anything else is really the reason it's very hard to figure out block without this is because we're dual wielding. We're going sword and sword, and because we're going double sword, we can't use this in any of this because this is while holding a shield. We can't use while holding a staff either because we're not holding a staff. We'd have to use stuff like here, dual wielding mastery that has block. We have to use that. I don't think, yeah, this is holding a shield. You can't use that. Can't use it because it's staff. You get what I mean? Like, it's very hard to cap block with two swords, which is why this is mandatory for the defensive bonuses. So also, it doesn't help that we do use, you should be regular generosity. We do use generosity on our envy aura, so like it's even better as well. I don't think we can do the full crit swap. I don't think that's an option. So I think for now, how important is Rational Doctrine? Where's Consecrated Ground? Holy, that is a lot of regen. Just because of the increased con ground effect? Jeez. So 4 mil DPS or more life regen? That is the question. We do have con ground from here as well to help. And this, by the way, this is also not in the POB because this isn't being taken into account. Like we could, but it doesn't. They broke the calculation for minions, so it doesn't actually work. And aside that, I mean, in the long run, we'd want a Progenesis, but like I think Progenesis is typically not something I even I farm up because it's typically that expensive. Do I just say fuck the regen? What about this? Do I have to use Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom? Yeah, it basically gives as much damage as we have. We can go Chaos Golem or we can go Rational Doctrine. Same difference, but Rational Doctrine gives us more regen. We don't need a lot of regen, but regen is very comfy. Also, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't some modifier I could get here that would help my recovery. We go Rational Doctrine, or do we just go damage? I like the idea of damage, but I also like the idea of not having 200 life regen. These are both appealing, very appealing arguments for me. If we want to do any sort of not T16 farming, like if we want to T17 Ziggurat, we definitely want the regen, because there are phases where we can't leech. If we want a Uber boss, the regen I think would help more than the extra 4 mil DPS. All right, we're just going to go for the regen for now. I think it's such a tough decision, but the regen will definitely be more comfy. Like, just from a comfort point of view, it's going to be way comfier using the regen, right? It's gonna be way more comfortable being on this setup with 55 mil than at 59 mil with 200 life regen. That's just the truth. I think this is more comfy. Less damage, but it's more comfy. What can I do with these two blue sockets if I'm not going crits? The answer is going crits. To go crits, I need to solve block. How do I solve block? I need to change my tree to now incorporate the new block, i.e. here. I would have to get rid of my 6 life mastery. I'd be losing hella life. Like, I'd be going to probably like 4,300 life, which is a massive downgrade in life. but it's also a big uptick in damage. I lose the life mastery. I'd go for a cluster drill here. I'd lose this one. I'd lose these tattoos because they wouldn't be necessary anymore. Then I would gain this is easily half my DPS. I'm not ready for an ancient skull. I don't think I have all the currency I need to make a full swap, so I don't think I'm ready. All right. I think the answer that I've been trying to avoid all this time is realistically I just need to recolor this. I need to change the color from being blue to being what I had before, i.e. 1 blue, 2 green, 2 red, or 3. Even I could even remove one of the greens even, but like I would have to recolor this, and then when I'm ready for the big swap I have to recolor that again. And at the end of the day, it's just currency, right? So it's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. So let's do it. Let's do it. It's sad, but it is what it is. 1 green until 2 green or 1 blue. I would like void manipulation. Are you kidding me? Really? Are you taunting me? Is that what's happening here? Three green is 1 too many, right? Void manip, chance to poison. What's the third guy? Faster attacks? No. 2 green is perfect. Minion damage. Dumb blow. Multi-strike. And now can actually... This is our actual base... sockets links, because now I can get rid of minion shield and we can pick up melee fizz. And then for this guy, like 3 chaos.
Hopefully there'll be interest.
Res is still capped. I'm going to need the dexterity from here. Bone meld, what do you have for me? You have 16 all attributes. 16 all attributes doesn't fully cover the dexterity I'm missing because I'm perfect. So I'm going to need to get more attributes from somewhere. I don't know where. I don't make the rules. But one of you has to give me. And seeing as without this chest piece, I'm almost capped on chaos actually. Almost capped on chaos. We can replace the boots, I think. I think that's the play. We replace the boots. Replace the boots and let's fix implicits, but we need to replace the boots. What are we going for? Offering effects or pizzas, but I think it's offering effects. This is actually really good. This is actually really good. But make me considerably tankier. I wanted damage though, and I'm not yet getting envy. So now this one is Fizz taking us, which will make me tankier. 45% on the lesser. I like the sound of that. Lightning is 1% worse than fire, which is not bad. All right, let's pick up a bone meld. Minimum 2 levels, 4 defenses. I don't mind it being corrupted. I even appreciate it being corrupted. Actually, now corrupting myself. Fuck that. Sorted by attributes. Let's go 19. I still corrupting myself because it's actually on the cheaper side to just corrupt yourself.
It's a gilded wonder. Oh, check in with me when you have a moment.
So I'm gonna blessed orb this. Blessed. There. We're going for 1.5 and up. There. Good. No difference. All right, so now I will spend the extra amount of currency to get tainted oil just because I needed the corrupted. Oil, tainted oil is 60.
I'll put the word out.
Silver is 57. I have clear. What's the last one? I have clear and I have crimson. That's one I couldn't remember. Nope, that's the wrong crimson, my G.
We'll make it happen.
Clear, crimson, silver to anoint. And now we need to figure out intelligence. Which one of these rings can go easiest? You are ass. You are actual ass. What the fuck is this? You are going. But somebody else needs to be corrupted. So, you know. Let's just take these out in case anything happens from this point on. Because anything can happen from this point on. Actually, I shouldn't corrupt you without giving you implicit, eh? What are the implicits I'm going for on boots? Bone offering. I don't use bone offering. Flesh offering. Paladin boots. Add implicits. Flesh offering. Oh wait, I was like, where's all this damage coming from? All right, that's the config fix. I've removed the thing. Next, I need to take this back up to 9. Oh. It just looked like that 9th one didn't do anything. Anyways. Save, generate share, copy, paste medium. Fixed config plus changed updated boots implicit. So that's the mid-budget. I need to also do that same config fix for the low budget, but anyways, besides the point. So I'm going for flesh offering here. I should be replacing you, I'll be honest. Like, you should be going, but anyways. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one that should be flesh offering. Life regen rates. No. We go for regen per endurance. Yeah, regen per endurance is just better because our base regen is not the greatest right now. And we have 5 endurance, so might as well. God damn it. All right, you are bricked. It's official. We need to replace the boots. You don't have move speed anymore? Yeah, worthless. So let's go boots, shall we? Generic. We're willing to spend a bit more. So let's do... What do we need? We need dexterity or an open suffix. Suffix 2, crafted suffix 1. We need movement speed 30. We need life 75, 35, 30. Anyone remember if the boots had chaos res? I feel like they did. I can actually take my stream back a bit. Yeah, they had 17 chaos res. So if I can get 25. And it comes with intelligence. I would like to avoid ES to the best of my abilities. Like, as much as humanly possible, I would like to avoid ES because my helmet has ES. This is a fuck no. Nope. Where is it getting the resistance I'm asking for? Like, no. This has decent res, but it has no chaos. Oh no, it has this chaos actually. Wait. Are you actually good? This is decent. This one though. This I think is slightly better. So this has more chaos, more life. I think I'm gonna go for this guy.
Could do worse, Exile. I've got some wealth for you.
You know what I need, so give it to me. Flesh offering. Is that simple? Dude. Really? Really? What kind of luck is this? Finally, jeez. This is regen. You owe me a bit of luck, my G. So get to lucking. Thank you. So corrupted. That's 3, 4 corrupted. 4 corrupted. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, and then this would be 6. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I really hate Trial Master. All right. Who's next? You are actually pretty decent. You are actually pretty decent. Let's go. Nah, this is pure evasion. Holy. I bricked myself. The fuck? Requirements 90. Why is it 90? 80. Screw that. I was like, is it okay for me to get a full deck space? No, it was not. This is pure armor, decent chaos, decent fire. Sure. I don't have much to lose at this point. Imagine I had corrupted my chess piece. Not me staring at my PC for an hour straight with no idea, with no energy or idea on what I want to farm. Broski, what the fuck? What do you feel like? I know you don't feel like anything, but like go through the different options. Do you feel like doing essences? Surely you feel like doing essences, right? Can you just freaking go to the hideout so I can break? Thank you. Assuming you're not going to crash, of course.
I should raise my fees.
Had one job, but okay.
Ahoy there. No takebacks. We've made a trade.
Can't even leap slam. Now, before I forget, because I actually forgot last time. Dexterity. Surely. Only had to do 5 parks and got it. Congratulations. I hope I'm that lucky. I should quality you as well. Wait, hold up. Before I do anything dumb. God damn it. Two. I know I skipped the blue. I'm just... The boots have been pissing me off. I need to pee as well. Okay, I'm going to pee. Can't focus. BRB. All right, I am back. I just realized I had to do something before the day was over, and unfortunately that took now. But I'm back. Where were we? We're trying to do this and figure out just how much res we had. We have too much fire, but this is going to minus our res, so we need a healthy balance. So instead of 30 fire, I'm thinking we switch to cold and then switch this cold to lightning. That's the best balance we can find. So what I mean is we do fire to cold. Fire res grants cold. Yes, that one. I'm too broke, so we go chaos and we go. Was it yellow? Yeah, it was. Should have trusted myself.
I'll put the word out.
Fire to cold. Boom. And now we work on the links. And now we're going to corrupt it and it's not going to move. Please. Actually, I lose nothing by doing this. Thank you. Jesus. You are an absolute fucking menace to society. All right. That covers everything but lightning, like I said. Move this. We switch this to lightning and chaos. God damn it, he has lightning and chaos. Okay, that's fine. That's actually fine. Why I say it's fine? This guy has to go regardless. This is us. So, what is mandatory from here? We need lightning, so a big res, chaos ideally, and dexterity. These are the perfect suffixes. So that means in this case, remove movement speed, go ring, remove this, probably remove this, go dexterity, go 40, 50, 40, 75 life, 25, 40. And this will be expensive, but it should be worth it. That wasn't that bad. 5% element. No. All right, so you want to count the implicits as well? Wait, hold. You are not bad. I need a bit of fire, but I mostly need lightning. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to have 7 specters, 8, 9, and then my dumb blow minions, which will be 13 in a mapping environment. So that's 22 times 2, 44. I need to be overcapped by 44 res. That's a lot of overcap res, holy. Do I really need 7 specters? Do I really need 7 specters? Like, when I really think about it, is it necessary? It feels like greed. I believe it's kind of greed. That feels like greed. I need Carrion Golem to have Feeding Frenzy, I think. Or if you could, no, you have Meat Shield. I guess I could drop Minion Life then and go for Congregation. But this is a level 1 Meat Shield, so it's not great. If I can get Carrion Golem with Feeding Frenzy, then we're kind of chilling. It just means I need to make sure my Carrion Golem is up at all times. Otherwise, I lose damage from not having Feeding Frenzy and from not having Carrion Golem. Anyways, I need Lightning Res and I need Fire Res. But I mostly need Lightning Res. Miss me with anything crafted life, all right? Miss me with it. This is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. Surely we're not throwing a divine into the gulag with our next Valor, right? That's surely not happening. Ooh, nice. A 65C blueprints with highest targets are always currency or scarab.
I'd consider that a win. Sold something while you were gone. Business.
I think I'm going to corrupt it, and then I am going to do the catalysts. That's what I'm gonna do. So first things first, Blessed Orb, get the full 30%. Then Lightning Res, this is exactly what I need, so it's fine. Then for the crafts, we go minus mana costs. And then we pray. I don't mind the implicit, to be honest. This is really good. That is actually really good. Okay. Okay. Now I just need to Tainted Catalysts until
All in order.
it gives me something to work with. A res to work with. That was just 5%, 12%. Do we cut our losses and say 12%? But yeah, an extra one on the implicits. It's more than 10. Sure. I don't think I'll spend too much anyways. Okay, so what's wrong now? We need int. We need int and we need it now. Is there anywhere we can easily get ints? Honestly, Ghastly Eye Jewels are probably my best bets.
Can you hear me?
Jesus. Don't fucking scare me like that. Sup?
Did I?
Me, you're
I was
very
just talking.
loud.
Am I on the wrong mic or no?
You're very loud. I don't know which mic you're on, but you're very loud.
What do you mean by very loud?
You are very loud. I don't know how else you could be very loud. You're very loud.
Okay.
Forest Warrior Turtle. So I think I also need to Tainted Catalyst this for attributes, because 19 with its attributes should give me 3.8, so 3 extra attributes. I'm sorry to do this again. I need 4 extra, so that'll be 1 off.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello? Now you're very low.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're fine now. Hello?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm just not talking. I feel like if I yell, you'll be like, I'm too loud.
I mean, it's still on the louder side, but you know, we'll make do, I guess. Did you change any settings? I can wait. I can just turn you down on Discord.
Hey, just turn me down. I'm using a different headset, but that's not where my mic is coming from. But also, I see what you're talking about. I just don't know what happened.
Yeah, no idea. I can replace this guy, but I need strength and int, and I need more res. So currently my res is, what is my minimum res? 81 plus 44, let's say. 125 is the minimum. So you guys are like on the cusp. Suffering from success, I know. But you're all on the cusp. Not quite there, but you know, can't do anything about it. Where's my purity of elements? Can I get more res here? Yeah, I can. Let's do that then.
You heard that.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with my mic. If you can hear a cat laughing all the way downstairs in the living room. Something tells me it's not actually talking from my... Like, do I still sound like my normal mic, or does it just sound like...
I mean, I took it down on Discord, so odds are you still sound a bit loud. Cause like I think from what I saw, I have you on 110 typically. Now I have you on 60. And I can hear you just fine. So that means you'd be loud on the what I typically had you at.
Yeah, look at him coming here screaming, apparently.
What'd you say?
I said you're lucky I didn't come in here screaming, apparently.
Okay. So now we have enough lightning and fire. We have too much chaos though. Never thought I'd say that. But we're losing chaos. We're losing 25. So that puts us to 137. We still have 12 more chaos than we need. So if I can get... How do I deal with that, actually? I'm gonna have to think a bit. What can I get here? Because if I lose the strength... Oh, I don't need strength. In that case, we'll get int, and we'll get lots of firers. Int, Ellie, chaos. Actually, do we need chaos? We're at 12 over, which means we'd be 4 under without this. Yeah, we'd be 4 under, which means we need a tiny bit of chaos. Not a lot, but a tiny bit. So now instead of dexterity, we need int.
I think because breach is good, I can't do it.
Because it's good, you can't do it? Like being priced out, or?
So like +2 unstable breaches is still like 2.6 a piece. But like I really wanted to do the high fortress one, right? But that's not happening, I think.
Do you have a...
But the high fortress one's...
Give me a second. Do you have like breakdown or shipment you sent? Did it change from past league, or is it basically 25k random? I sent 25k random. Basically, I'll just show you what I sent. Because I have the screenshot. I sent this, which was 25, a bit over 25 and 24 mil dust. And I got back... I didn't send it to myself. Good thing I checked. And this is what I got back. I got 10 treacheries. I basically got like 50 divines in loot back, but I didn't get a mirror shard. I think I got unlucky, but it's also a possibility. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome. 18D. So yeah, I got really good from rune crafts. This was a gem craft. This was a warp. Warp went for like 70. This went for gem craft, went for a divine or 2. Treacheries went for 3 to 4 divines, and all 10 of them sold. So easily 50 divine plus from just this. Because like again, I got like 40 divines, 42 divines in the expensive. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. I got like 40 divines in rune grafts, and then I got like 8 in this. I had another 3 divines plus in fracture and orbs, and that's ignoring all the other bubblegum, including 18 exalts and everything else. So over 50 divines in the 50 mil shipments. But that is what I sent, and this was to Pondium. I think this suspects there are preferences with rune grafts, and I didn't get any rune grafts here except gemcraft, so I'm inclined to believe all of these are locked to Calgar except gemcraft, and gemcraft is probably gettable everywhere. It's probably a general rune grafts. Maybe it's just locked. I didn't get any of these, but you know, what are the odds? 50 mil shipment, I don't get any of these, so there's that.
50 mil shipment to where?
Pondium. So I think Pondium, it will give you treacheries, if that's what you're asking. I think that's the port for treachery and warp.
How many warps did you get?
1. Rot blood from Ribenfell. I didn't get rot blood. I didn't get Quafen. So I think what's happening is there are likely commonalities in like gemcraft and like the fishing one, for example. You can probably get them from any Calguran port, but like the other ones, I think there's like you won't get them, because like if I didn't get even a single one of the ones that shows on that other port, then you know. So where were we? We were looking for a ring. That's right. But yeah, that's what I sent, and that's what I got. We need int. We need res. We need chaos. We need life. This is actually really good. This is actually really good.
Could do worse, Exile.
I'm gonna gonna send that to. I'm gonna give this thing you give to FaZe because he's fishing for that. So just so you know, this might come across like I'm using your shit. I'm not.
What'd you say? You're going to give what? Hello? Hello? I guess it's gone or something.
One sec.
Okay. We need fire, not cold,
Yeah,
right?
treasures. I'm just sending the link to someone of your what you got
Okay.
because they're farming for treacheries and stuff.
Okay. The phase, right? Cold to fire. 500 purple.
What ore did you send?
All of them.
I should raise my fees.
I set up all the ores. There is not an ore I didn't send.
Right?
What's that?
Right?
Oh my
Bars, right?
goodness. Bars, like bars. There was no bar I didn't send. There all the bars are in there. I don't send ore. Let's go 10, shall we? I should probably go more than that because I hate not being able to just click the thing, but code to fire. Yeah. The dust part obviously didn't give any rune grafts. In terms of rune grafts, that's 25 mil shipment worth of rune grafts. Code to fire. Cool. All right. Next, we perfect the implicits. 16. And then, please. Bleeding cannot be inflicted on you. Okay. Okay. What's that?
Did you actually get that?
Yep. Giga.
Doing his best.
What's that?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Premium for Trial Master. What just happened? Is my internet cutting out? Oh, it is. Okay, I'm back. So that is 6 corrupts. We've solved all the problems we had. We no longer have any problems coming from our gear. We are kind of squishier because we no longer transfer damage to our specters. And we have less aura effects. Actually, should check this. Yeah. My lightning is slightly off. Why is my lightning off? Give me a quick second, guys. All right, I am back. None of these gems are what I'm looking for. I wanted a gem. I wanted Feeding Frenzy first and foremost. I wanted Feeding Frenzy on a golem, so it could be here, and I could replace this Feeding Frenzy with no consequence. But that is not happening. I don't want to replace Minion Life because I need Feeding Frenzy in my links. In theory, I could just... I don't want to lose Minion Life on my Spectres. Now that they're level 25, though, we could consider it. Because what Spectres are we gonna have? We're going to have Warlord, who is going to help make everybody tankier. I just don't want my monkeys dying. They are the big squishy monkeys. Like, that's the problem. They can die. So yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that. By the way, Arcane, what are you saying about your farming shots? I don't think my dilemma is going anytime soon, so
Nothing too crazy. I just decided to, I don't know, basically send the breach. I care. I'm using 2 unstable breach scarabs and 2 magic pack size scarabs and 1 nemesis.
so now you're doing breach, but using off meta scarabs.
1 second.
All right, so I will. Should I sell this, or should I keep it? I don't think there's a universe where this is not useful for me, so I'll keep it. And as for you, I will sell you. Put you up for like 15 chaos.
I'll let you know.
So what do I have that's left? I said I needed a bit of lightning res. There isn't an easy way to get lightning res that I can see. Getting slightly more lightning, like I'm literally 10 under, which means I'd be 81 res when it's all said and done. Wait, no. Wait, hold up. Let me count this real quick. I have 13 non-val minions when I'm clearing. Right, 9 regular, 3 magic, and 1 rare. 13. Then I will have 7 specters. That's 20. Then I will have Golem AG 22.
I'm back. So
Yeah, still
I just
44.
decided to send something instead of waffling, you know.
Yeah, which makes sense. I'll replace one of my
Not so
Ghastlies.
much. I have 20 maps. Run it, see what it feels like.
And this is not the expensive scarab, right?
No, like the 30C ones, no. Like they were like 3 a piece, but that's about it. I did want to get Astrolabes.
Templars?
Well, I was thinking, I can't use the bridge one because that one is literally 180.
You can't
Can I
touch it.
Can I just use like Delhi? Try that. What about? Oh wait, how much are Templars? The Templars are 49. How much cheap I started?
I would like a percent to early res, 10%, and then life. I would like life. I know. Okay. 13. Count. Minion Fizz. Yeah. Minion Chaos.
Is it trolling to use? I mean, this thing has gone up, so it's kind of is trolling. It's 39. If it's 39 for a daily, then I think I should just be using Templar. Realistically.
I mean, how much is Templar?
49.
Templar is 49.
Earn at least 5 Delirium rewards to successfully complete maps within this region. Wait, is 5? Okay. That's interesting.
This would be nice if the flat wasn't so awful. Like, all these flats are just insanely bad. This is the first one with good flats. It has code res. T2 chaos, T3 physical. Okay, so I think we're going to do this one because it's more flats. And I don't think I have Fizz as extra chaos coming from anywhere. So I'm going to run this one. This is less life than this guy though. But hey, that guy's gonna be choosers, eh? It is what it is.
Could do worse, Exile.
Next, I'm going to harvest, replace hold for lightning. God damn it, man. Blue juice.
I should raise my fees.
Go to lightning. What will we replace it now? 7 to 11. Or no flat but life. I think we replace this one. It's such a hard decision. The minion region is actually the main reason this is even a contest. I think the minion region is pretty decent. Just for that, I'll remove this one. I'll go one divine.
I'll let you know.
All right, so that covers all my resistances except you. You are one under, but at this point, I don't really care. It's actually easy to solve that though. I say that, but I'm about to lose my... Yeah. Solved. All right, everything is perfect. Now let's do the test I wanted to see. So right now I should have a max of 5 specters. If I were to go ahead and use this level 4 congregation on minion life, that's woo. Yep, 7 specters. Having 7 support specters is crazy. That is crazy. So now the real question is, do I need all 7? We'll find out. Maybe I should. I guess I could spend 8D to get Carrion Golem. I could spend 8D to get Carrion Golem with minion life. I could do that. So now these guys still have meat shield, which reduces their damage by quite a bit. I'm not ready to make changes to my AG just yet, I think. How much is a Mask of the Stitch Demon? Let me start planning. Jeez! Okay. Okay.
How much?
I didn't see none. Shit is 17 fucking divides. Like, oh fucking K. That is wild. That is actually wild. All right, let's get some extra specters, shall we? Right now we don't have congregation in here, so let's get to 5 first and foremost. So that includes a perfect warlord. He's just 30 chaos. 37. That surprises me, actually. Bruh.
All in order. I'll let you know.
This is my first time hearing him say, eh. Okay. Now we have you. Who else should we get? Out of all the specters, why don't we get defensive specters? We have a decent amount of increased defense. Let's get evasion. Thunderbird. Actually, let's also see the meme that is perfect forest tiger. It's only 3 divines, actually. I guess that Scarab really is doing its work. Shit is really doing its work. If I were to run a forest tiger, which I would like to, how would I keep it alive? It would have determ, it would have endurance charges. I guess I could have, I can have 7 specters, right? But that also reinforces the feeding frenzy. Like, minion life has to be on my specters. I will buy that, actually. This I will buy, because his is really good. I will move Feeding Frenzy to my Carrion Golem. and I will get another defensive Spectre to hopefully. So this is 5 Spectres. 5. So let's do this. We'll do Feeding Frenzy. And Congregation. What is this? Congregation. So we still have Feeding Frenzy, but now we have Congregation. So that gives us 7 Spectres. So now is the time for Perfect Thunderbird. This will give us Grace and should also help the Tiger stay alive. And then last but not least, we'll probably just get another Carnage Chieftain. Because now that's 6. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's do this. Since when was this in? What dangers? Holy, okay. You need to go in there. You need to do this. So we'll start off with 2 Carnage Chieftains. Okay, now we remove Desecrates. We then go to Forest Warrior. Then we go on to Thunderbird. Then Warlord. Then Turtle. And last but not the least, Forest Tiger. They call me a fucking aura bot, except I have nothing but Spectres. I never thought I'd see the day where I could have 7 support Spectres. That is crazy. Golem, that Spectres, Dawn Blue is next. So how much evasion do I have? I have 7k evasion. I mean, all that increase is going to go crazy once I start mapping. Oh, wait. All right, Egan. Open that vault. Charge dash. Punishment 2020. Lionized Remorse. Leash of Oblation. All of y'all are ass. The only one I'm likely to even use is Punishment on certain builds, but like I don't even think I'm going to use that. And there's no one that uses Charge Dash. Not a single soul. The fuck is that? Anyways, Punishment it is. Go for a 2020 Punishment. Worst case scenario, that's the same price as the GCP. But probably not. Yeah, it's like 45. It's money. That's cool. So 43.
At that price?
Yes, at that price. Let's go for a spin, shall we? Look at all those buffs. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of this. Give me a quick second. For why am I on chaos again? I forget the name of the ascendancy. Corruption's embrace. Now, do I recommend going full 7 specters? Probably not. Shit is expensive. I just so happen to have a level 4 congregation. But I think if you had 6, you would just replace a Carnage Shifted. Like, you just not get the last Carnage Shifted. So I forgot to use the Templar shit again, didn't I? Yes, I did. So now that we've set this up, let's confirm our res is fine. Well, our res is fine. Why is it so fine? Actually, why is my res so fine? I felt like it was a bit closer to the point where I had to go lightning on my. Interesting.
When I'm ready, and not before.
What was that?
Some of the loot is, they said it was really juicy maps. Some of the loot is like super insane, but so far so good. The deli thing is kind of weird. It's not as big as I thought it was.
Daily with what? Like just
Deli
the.
is really-
Are you failing to complete the thing? Because I remember you said it was something along the lines of.
5 difficulties. No, I'll reach with 5. I just don't know if it's worth the hassle. Because it also gives you increased difficulty and thing for every deli thing you've completed.
I mean, it does give like for the daily or. So it's like Templar, but for bosses, but for daily, right? It's our bosses.
Assuming these ones probably do something similar now.
Yeah, I think they would all including the breach. Yes.
Exactly why they want to, because Breach also has a. Yeah, because that could be.
My specters are carried so hard. They look like they are. I mean, I'm not relying on them for damage, but I mean, I will take it. I should get a Soul Wick. I should 100% get a Soul Wick. That is going to be where my next point goes into.
You think the support gen makes like all the Spectre builds that are not as popular like better than they could have been?
Make your wish.
Explain, like,
Think about like a B tier Spectre. If you can increase the amount of them to that much.
yes and no. So here's the thing. there's a lot of testing we need to do on congregation, which is why I still haven't put it on my Regifiler build guide. And the biggest reason is, in theory, this is how it would work. If you use congregation on your support specters, one is in the helmet, then that maximum carries over to the main link, and then you can have more specters in theory, right? In practice, I don't know that that would actually work. And the reality of the situation might just end up being that it only increases the support, and as such, it has to be in the main link. And the moment it's in the main link, it becomes a more damage multiplier because it's replacing a more damage multiplier. So it's not just 42% more damage if you can perfectly use it, but depending on the number count, you might not be able to perfectly use the more damage you have, because it might end up, you know, rounding down, because that's how it works. So it's in many cases just worse than a regular damage support if it's in the main link. But if you can find other ways to use it, like in this case, I have 7 support specters instead of 5. If you can find something like that, then it's net positive and it makes it build stronger. Otherwise, it's a lot more nuanced. Make sense? What is there a way to get your ring to get bigger for Mirage outside of Mirage maps, of course? I don't think so. Bro, can I find the N? Bruh, I can't type. Besides using maybe more closed layout maps, like Silo, maybe? But then autos suffer. All right, where were we? But yeah, 7 specters, 5 of them have auras of sorts. Feels really good. I'm really looking forward to when I get to the high budget and I can switch to crits. Because congregation is 100% going to be in the high budgets. Completing a high generates 3 additional reveals. Sheesh. That's actually wild.
You fight like a cow.
Oh yeah, I am meant to switch my maps because I wanted to go to Park to farm for Seer. So I'm going to do that. All right, where is Solwick? There. Solwick is 300 chaos? Well, 450 if I want to instant buy. Holy, it's 2.5D. Yeah. Where are these settler on these when you need them? Oh wait. Oh. All right, let's do some conversion, shall we? 2D is 361. Bruh, you had one freaking job.
I'll put the word out.
All right, Solwick. Who is making that sound? Is that the Thunderbird? 320.
We'll make it happen.
I feel like it's a Thunderbird because I've not had a Thunderbird before. It could also be technically, it could be the Tiger, because I haven't had the Tiger either. There's Park. All right, Nameless here. I'm gonna need you to do your thing.
When I'm ready and not before.
Please don't let anyone stun me. Thank you.
This will go nicely, Exile.
I'm going to hide maps on my filters soon, I think, because I have like 100 that I'm probably just not doing anything with. Yeah, that voice definitely sounds like the Thunderbird. Definitely sounds like the Thunderbird. Like I heard, like hearing this screech is the same. It's the same fucking voice. Park might honestly end up being a way better farm map for settlers because of Mirage than City Square, which I would find awkward because, you know, 2 squares, but I guess it all depends on where the Mirage spawns as well. The fuck is that sound? Ooh, I have my soul wake now. GG.
What is your desire?
For additional mods. Sure.
Slaughter them all.
When I'm ready and not before.
Death is but a door. Enter it and see.
You mean in all that area, we didn't get a single ore? Really? That is surprising, actually. Wouldn't have expected that. I wouldn't have expected that, actually.
The
Huh.
dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
I could even use Precision Spectre for extra crits on the high budgets. That's something I could do. Could definitely do that. Okay, so life reservation. Look at Soul Wig go. All right, so now I got suffering in that map. I finally have Soul Wig.
I wish I was up to this. I would have been able to hang.
What'd you say?
Work tomorrow. I wish I was up to this instead, so I would have been able to hang since you go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. It happens. I mean, I am back at 4, so. Ooh, that was damage.
Choose what you wish.
For gameplay like this.
What'd you say?
I'm considering a normal I'm considering a normal what's it called? Templar Astrolabe. I feel like the generic mods are just better than the daily one. The daily one adds more effort to your map. Because now you're actively trying to engage with the daily. You know, obviously you can turn it off after the 5, but I don't know. Especially because some of the mods you get are mostly daily related, which might not be that helpful for you. Apart from the generic quantum mods.
Yeah. I mean, if you're doing daily, then it's definitely a no-brainer, but I wouldn't have done daily if I wasn't doing daily.
I'm trying to engage with the Templar system without opinion, but I don't think that's really the case.
How much is Templar? Isn't it like 40? It was 40 when I got it.
49 today?
Yeah, that's 10 extra. It's not too bad.
Yeah, last I checked, daily was 20, so that's why I bought it at first. But then I just checked it. Yeah, it's higher. So I don't know if it's just because it's late or what. But yeah. I wouldn't have put the money instead.
Yeah.
There's just a 10 difference, and it's worth trying. And honestly, it's motivating me to try Expedition.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
And that one mod the expedition one would give, but it will make every subsequent expedition harder most likely, so best be prepared.
And that's a shot. Really curious.
They really like their increased reward, increased difficulty, because like even Settlers, the new scare up does the same thing.
I mean, that's just the scaler we have now. That's not the normal shit.
Yeah.
That's what they said they wanted the solution to grapple to be at the actual. I don't know if it's gonna be that successful. We'll see. I don't hate it on first glance.
I don't hate it. I hate how misleading it is. And to explain what I mean by that, when I'm on my 6th, let's say, or node, there's nothing communicating that, oh, this is being jacked up by this amount of difficulty. This is what you should expect. You're just like, okay. It's more difficult? Yeah, they're not dying. How is it more difficult? They're just not dying. Why are they not dying? Is it your mods? Is it the difficulty increase from the Scarab? Is it resistances? Like, there's no. When your map has a chaos res, there's feedback. You can see, oh, this is why. When it's difficulty from like mods like that, you don't know. The mob looks exactly the same way as it did without the difficulty, you know. Yeah, it's just way harder to kill. And then you're just there wondering, what the fuck is going on here? Why can't I kill you? But that's the part of the difficulty system that I don't like. But like, I understand why things don't die when they're not dying, because I put something. What'd you say? You're what?
I'm with you.
Oh, yeah. I did the Mirage already. Also, there should actually be something to tell us. Yeah, you've done the Mirage. You're chilling. Kind of like the way we have completed on our maps. Just put it completed there. All right, where were we? Let's defend this invisible tree. Yeah, Soul Wig makes it so much easier to maintain perfect uptime. Russia, what do you have for me? I'll take the gold. I need to make sure as of when I end stream today, I have enough gold to keep my King's March running, and they have enough resources to keep going all through tomorrow. And I think they already have more than enough to smelt. Like, they have way too much on their plate, so. Who opened that strong box? Oh, I did, by casting a spell, most likely.
This'll do nicely, Exile. Good find, Exile.
All right, what do you have for me? Ooh, divine. Thank you very much. Lost shipments for the win.
Good find, Exile.
Okay, so the boss is somewhere here. Holy fucking beams, what the hell? How much evasion do I have? I have 9k evasion while I'm in my map, with 0 evasion scaling whatsoever. Love to see it. Ooh, another lost shipment. Surely you give me something good as well, right? Gotten a divine from the other one.
When I'm ready and not.
All right, I think that's, yeah, I think that's all the ore in this map.
You've had a sail, Exile.
We'll be right there. I felt like I wanted to do something here. Yeah, I remember now. Money, Atlas. Park? Yeah. And then we'll do that from Park.
I just got something called a retracting fog. I don't know what that is.
A retracting fog?
Yeah. From the...
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. All right. We're going to add more money here because we're not really using the gold for anything else. Do we need to do anything else? We're going to end stream here, but let's see what we have. We have 19k or 19, 15, 12. Basically, this would take them a while. 10 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours. And it's actually all going to be quicker than this because once these are done, they actually start working on this. And then once this is done, they start working on this. So all of this will be done within like 7 hours or something, 6. But the main thing is that my smelters never stop working. And they ain't going nowhere, let's say, because this is 2 days for that one, 2 days for this one, 2 days for this one, 4 days for this one, and then 14 hours for this one. So they ain't going nowhere. So in 14 hours, these guys are going to finish and start helping these to complete in maybe 3 days or 2 days. I'll be back by then and I'll give them more work. And of course, this is not including the extra ores that we're getting for them to mine. So it will be a bit before they can finish it. So depending on how it goes tomorrow, we might end up going for we might finish this set of 10 maps and then just start using the bar scarab again. We'll have to keep our eye on the prices of those scarabs because shit is kind of expensive. 40 chaos is kind of steep. Kind of pretty steep. So there's every universe where we just play patience. There's even a universe where we get so much ore that we just send ore as part of a shipment. That is very unideal, but like if you're not going to be done in 4 days, yada yada, and you don't have the time, that's an option. It's not a great option because like remember, I have max smelters. It doesn't get better than my smelters, but like with how much we've played over this weekend, they have their work cut out for them. So 50 mil shipment was a huge success. Huge. I was kind of disappointed to not see mirror shards, but we refacting fog. What is that? Replaces small passive. Oh, this is the daily one that is the daily blessed orb. That's cool. I like it. It's a cool design. Let me show chats real quick. Actually has a pretty cool design. I like the mist in the middle and then the whole thing. It's kind of like a reflective mist, but it's not quite. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. More probably settler gameplay. I'm hoping that I don't know how much we would have by that point. Currently, we're sitting at how much value in bars? We are sitting at 2 million bars, so we have 22 mil to go, 23-ish, 23.5 to get to the 25 mil where we then get dust and go all the way. Sorry, there's so many things to do, but anyways guys, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by, appreciate it. Till then,